Hey, hello everyone. Hello to the one, two, three, four, five people in Twitch chat currently commenting, and of which apparently only one is watching the stream, according to the number of viewers. Great job, Twitch. Oh, six. Hey, Stony. Hey, Arctic. See, it's your 10 out of 10 stream. Nice. Okay, now it jumped up. Okay. For a while there, it was like you have only one viewer, and I was seeing all the chat messages come in. I was like, are they typing like this? What is happening? Hello, Penguin. Hello, Mr. KJ, Fitere, and Rebel Elder. I'm not gonna lie, I was reading your name in Spanish as first, as Rebelde, and then I read it again, and it's like, okay, Rebel Elder. Makes more sense. You are typing like that. This is how I feel like I type sometimes, based on the um, mistakes that I make. My voice sounds different. I got a new throat. I don't know. Um, Stoney's on a 3 stream streak. I used to have that little view on OBS as well, just separate because yes, it's not in share the chat, but I kind of lost it when I had to reset OBS. So let me bring it back real quick. Especially when people subscribe and whatnot, usually with a message or something, or cheer. I don't actually see that message, which is not great. So I have my laptop here. Sometimes I have it open, sometimes I don't. Oh. Okay. Will this work? Come on, OBS, you got this. What is this called anyway? Activity. Okay, and it didn't ask me to log in, which is good. That would have been a pain in the ass. I would just put it over here. No, that's not how I wanted to put it. Come on. There we go. Okay. Okay, I have it on OBS, and the entirety of the page is taken up by what is essentially advertisement. Third-party events and the plus program goal. Is that not an advertisement? I understand it's supposed to encourage my audience to subscribe or whatever the hell, but like, come on, man. You love ads? Boy, do I have the operating system for you. Not mine. Windows. Copilot OS. Hello, whatever and decompile. And fantastic. Even though you're probably watching an ad right now, so I don't think you're gonna hear me saying hello. Is there a way that I can run an ad just for one user who loves them? That way I make more money. Might as well. Am I wearing sunglasses right now? They slipped all the way to the back of my head. They used to be here. Then I put on the headphones and I like pushed them back to the point that they actually like fell over. Okay, so maybe I will need them right now. Okay, I figured today we'll do some operating system development stuff. Working on Something that in its first iteration probably won't work on Windows, in case you needed one more reason to switch to Linux, is to use another operating system as guest in a VM and have it work perfectly. It's just because Windows apparently doesn't have the device that I use. Sorry, Stony. Yeah, so I want to work a little bit on my memory, perhaps I should work on. That'd be cool. On making my operating system more distributed. So we are going to be working with 9p for a bit. That's the plan for today, and also to low-key continue my compiler research. I'm also going to be checking out Julia, which I think is the successor to Python. When I first heard about this language, they didn't have a single line of code on their website. Now they do. So, good job. Good job. And make a video on Vertio devices sometime. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. So my first ever video, I talked about the Vertio GPU. And I said I didn't get it to work, but like it was genuinely just a stupid bug. So everything that I say is pretty accurate still. And they all work in kinda the same way. So actually, all the code for Vertio drivers is shared in my system. Hold on, let me load it. And yeah, distributed like network, but local network. But this version is using actually a Vertio device, not really a network device. So it won't work on the Pi until I get it. Well, until I get PCI working on it, and then until I get networking working on it, for which I don't have a driver at all. But it really sucks that my best references for those two devices that I need to write drivers for are the Circle project and Linux. Linux, I'm not gonna say their code is bad. It's not bad. It's just that they have a lot of, little quirks, little edge cases that they handle, and it makes the code really hard to read. When you're trying to come up with a minimal implementation, you have to cut through all the edge cases, and it's really hard to read the code. It also jumps around a lot, uses existing functions, even if it's not from the specific driver. It's really hard to read. The Circle project is specific to the Raspberry Pi, so it should be a lot easier. And it also is kind of a minimal implementation. It's not as mature as Linux. But, my god, it's C++. It is OOP hell. Everything is a class. Everything. Everything. It looks like a fucking school in there for the amount of classes that it has. For anything. It has classes to create okay, not really. It doesn't have classes to create variables, but like, it almost does. Oh, you have 7 channel points. You need 200 more. Nice. Hey, Crumbus. About the Vertio devices. Yeah, all the code is... They all literally use the same internal structure. So it was cleaned up recently in a pull request, and yeah, you pretty much use this to send commands, the same function for all of them. And then this one, okay, mostly work the same way, but for example, in most devices, what you do is you send it a command and you expect to receive a response. Like with the GPU, for example, I send out a get display, which tells me like the dimensions of the screen and whatnot. And I expect a response telling me the the dimensions of the screen. But the networking works a little bit different because I just send packets and they actually go through the network, so I don't expect an immediate response. So it's the same thing but not expecting a response. Besides that, it's pretty similar. But maybe I should make a video on VirtIO devices. I do wonder, one of my things that I want to work on soon is seeing how I can do hardware acceleration, which is essentially just passing bytecode through to your real GPU. Because we're starting to get to the point where I really need it. And maybe I'm gonna wait until I have that figured out so I can make a more comprehensive video on it. But I do like the idea, thank you. RTX when? Nah, buddy. Can't afford one anyways. Who cares? So close to making my own GPU at this point. Can we get an screen RTX off on when you're done with hardware? What does that mean? You couldn't find a command list on the VirtIO spec? It's literally suggested by Firefox. That's how often I look at this. This is version 1.3, but all of them, 1.2, 1.3 are pretty similar. I'm honestly not sure which one QEMU is using. I'm using version 9 of QEMU, I think. And yeah, if you just go to the device that you're looking for, like for example, well, I'm more familiar with the GPU, so I'm gonna look for the GPU here. These are feature bits. Where did it go? Oh, this. This is 2D commands, and this is 3D commands, which we'll probably have to learn how they work. This is cursor commands, and the responses that it gives you. Can the Raspberry Pi even do real-time graphics? Yes, it can. It can. Don't expect anything impressive, which is also why I wanted to make my stuff cross-platform, because like I'm working on games and then, you know, from limited to just a Raspberry Pi or a virtual machine, it's like not amazing. 18 minutes into the stream and I'm out of coffee. Amazing. I do have to say, for these commands, the 2D ones, I found quite a bit of documentation. Like if you just Google this command get display info, it will tell you how it works, what response to expect, I think even. But for the 3D ones, there's not a whole lot, which is why I haven't really worked with it all that much. But it is technically a better GPU than the one I'm using right now, the frame buffer one. The frame buffer has a lower overhead, but if you have acceleration, it's probably faster. Can it run Cyberpunk? Probably not. Yeah, that's right. It can probably do yeah, some indie stuff probably. I'm honestly not sure what I have both the 5 and the 4. Entropy device. Alright. I don't even know what an entropy device is. Let's see. The 5. This thing is a pain in the ass because it also works through PCI. I hate you, PCI. Mostly because there's no, like, Not a whole lot of documentations and stuff like that. OpenGL ES 3.1. If I'm not mistaken, ES is like a lower tier one. Vulkan 1.3 doesn't really say a whole lot besides that. It does handle 4K 60. Oh, random number generator. All right, I'll look that in a second. Embedded systems. Okay, yeah, so it's not lower tier. It's, yeah. I do have to say, they do have a lot, not a whole lot of documentation. Which device did I work with, or did I want to work with? Where I wanted to work on it, and they were just like, oh, devices that are too niche are not documented. And I'm like, this is your documentation, your official spec, and you're just like, yeah, we couldn't be bothered with this one. um, I don't really do code reviews, but honestly, does it work? Yeah, if someone in chat wants to check it out for you, they're welcome to. I don't really do that, but if it works, I think it's a good project. And whatever isn't good about it, you'll improve eventually. So you just keep working on it, keep improving it, keep making new projects, and you'll get there without necessarily needing a whole lot of code review. But if that's what works for you, that's great. Entropy device. Is it the audio device that I couldn't find much information on? High quality randomness for guest use. I should actually probably implement this at some point. I want to do some encryption stuff to start learning about that. And also the same guy that's been working on contributing to the network stack told me that he wants to do some encryption stuff, and he knows a fair bit about it. But I would like to do the first implementation of it, just to learn, you know. So maybe we'll have HTTPS soon. Or something else. No, it would be nice to learn about it, just so I know what to do with it. The 9P protocol can be done over TLS, I think. TLS or TSL? TLS. TLS. Is this really all there is to it? Oh no, okay, they have a little bit of initialization code even. It's not bad documentation. I don't remember which device. I think maybe it was the Vertio device. The Vertio device. The 9P device. Yeah, it has no documentation whatsoever. They don't tell you how to work with it. Because devices that are too niche are just like, yeah. Who wants to share files between their guest and host operating system anyway? Besides, you know, a lot of people. Nobody, apparently. But yeah, for the entropy device, it looks like it even gives you steps for initialization, which, let me tell you, it's pretty lucky. You don't often get those. So do we have any information on what the Video Core 7 GPU is like? Lackluster. Lackluster. I've actually seen people put like full-on RTX NVIDIA cards on the Raspberry Pi, by the way. That is a thing that I have seen people do. 76 gigaflops. So about 3 Katy Perry albums. Same level as an Adreno 320 or a Snapdragon 600 from 2012. Hell yeah! What games came out in 20... Well, GTA 5 came out in 2013. Oh, hold on. Games from 2012. We got... Oh, Dishonored? Oh, Dishonored is amazing. Wait, IMDb has video games? The movie database has video games. I had no idea. Far Cry 3. I have to say I didn't particularly like Far Cry 1 and 2, so I never played 3. I still haven't played Mass Effect. At all. Does my OS support physics? Buddy, my OS barely supports anything. um, Without GPU support, I feel like any physics engine would be really slow. Dishonored. Top tier video game right there. Sleeping Dogs, pretty sure I own it, never played it. Resident Evil, I've only played it occasionally at like friends' houses and stuff. Dexter has a game, interesting. Assassin's Creed, I've seen what it's like. I own a few of the games, never played them. Max Payne. Hotline Miami. Okay, Yakuza 5. I own one Yakuza game, I think. I own a lot of games that I haven't played, so probably I should, you know? Diablo. Oh, I remember playing Diablo like 1 or 2, I don't know. 2 probably based on the date that it came out. Candy Crush Saga, best video game right there. Yeah, for physics. The biggest reason I'm not super happy with choosing the Raspberry Pi is the GPU. I'm hoping that, you know, ARM board manufacturers get a little better. But yeah, that's why I have cross-platform, and I intend on making it more native-like. So I'm trying to switch away from Raylib to LGFW directly. GLFW? Graphics library. Fucking win. Framework. That's what the FW stands for. Couldn't you theoretically add... You could theoretically add a 4090 if you wanted to. I've seen people do it. Look at the absolute insanity. It's Jeff Gerling, of course it is. This guy has abused Raspberry Pi so much. And yet, I enjoy watching it. Yeah, you could do this. PCIe would give power to the GPU, yes. To be fair, you don't directly attach it to this. You attach is this picture showing it? Yeah, like a little header thingy here. Is that a rubber band? That's a rubber band. Okay. No, I think the Pi 5 has the extension slot, which the 4 doesn't. So you can connect this thing to it, and then you can connect a GPU to it. But yeah, my biggest... A Pico... Oh, they turned it into a GPU. Okay, that's different. Yeah, you can... A compute module could easily power something like that too. The uConsole thing that I got is actually its own board with a compute module 4 inside of it. Minis for nice. What did you get? Honestly, I want to get my hands on any ARM uh, architecture board that I could find. But I'm already struggling with the Pi, so after that, I'll consider it. I'm currently struggling with just getting PCI to work on my system right now, so I have some code for it, but it's not working. Again, my only references are Circle and Linux, so not super easy to tell where I'm going wrong. Yeah, no, most motherboards are not ARM at all. I think there's maybe one or two that are ARM that are like for desktop computers and MacBooks and Mac Minis, Macs in general. That's another reason, by the way, why I want to do this. My God. I wanted to do the distributed system, the shared system, and I went to shared, which is actually a completely different thing. That's why I want to do the distributed system, so that anything that your Raspberry Pi can't handle, you could have a server running on a better computer that can handle it for you. So that's not going to be useful for like playing Cyberpunk, I hope. But um, it can be useful for compiling stuff. It can be useful for large files, storage type of stuff. It can be useful for a lot of things. Where essentially your a redacted OS would work as a terminal that accesses those files from a more powerful computer. What is that? Windows Dev Kit 2023 Snapdragon. If it didn't have that logo on it, if it didn't have that fucking logo on it. Ooh, oh no, it's out of stock. This is actually ARM. That's the worst part about it. Is that 32 gigs of RAM for 400 pounds? Which is how much in euros? I have no idea. Wait, Snapdragon is ARM. Yes, pretty sure. Pretty sure. It's not a bad price, and there are a couple boards that are Snapdragon, a couple like mini computers especially that are Snapdragon powered. Could consider those as well, but for now I'm focusing on the Raspberry Pi. Maybe after I get PCI working, I'll be able to work with um, other boards. There's even like Pi clones. Don't necessarily have to go to the Snapdragon level. Okay, so maybe we can get the Sonar to run on this thing. That'd be cool as hell. Apparently the only game from 2012 that I've played. And even then I prefer Dishonored 2, which came out in like 2015 or 16. What makes a GPU consumer friendly? I mean, a CPU consumer friendly? The board I understand, but the CPU itself? Not so sure about that. Okay. Speaking of offloading work to the to other computers. Obviously, the first iteration of this, the easiest one to do, is using what I already have with the Vertio device, the 9P device that uses the 9P file system protocol. And the fact that everything is file system, everything is a file. I did a little prototype of this a few weeks ago. I didn't love the code that I was writing, so I deleted all of it, but it's all in here. But I don't think we'll even need any of that today, necessarily. So the Vertio 9P PCI allows me to share data between the host operating system and guest operating system, not on Windows. I'm assuming that's because the QEMU just hasn't implemented that. But I heard it on Windows, it doesn't work. I am not interested in finding out if it's true or not. Sorry, Windows users, but switch to Linux. But on Mac and Linux, it does work. So actually, my systems, can I just work from here? It's easier. I don't hate you, I hate Windows. It's your fault for being on Windows. These three apps are not, well, they are loaded in the system's boot partition because that's the only one that I currently use. Because I only have a FAT32 driver. They are loaded there, but they're actually not being taken from there. They're being taken from Linux. Look, if the shoe fits, they're being taken because Linux is sharing this folder with the 9P protocol. Now this folder is literally the one that gets used to create an image of the file system for the boot partition to use. But I was thinking of changing that. I think it would make more sense to... Okay, hold on. Out of the 3 applications that I currently have installed, 2 of them are built, the terminal and the demo application, are built directly by the operating system project, whereas Doom is in its own project. So I was thinking the demo and terminal should be installed to the user's disk, right? So readable from the SD card, readable from FAT32, whereas these should be loaded from a software repository that Linux is sharing with the system. So that is kind of the plan. Yeah, we can see here some logs from the 9P. It failed to open a package because it doesn't exist, that's fine. So that is kind of the plan for the first iteration of this. It's essentially just switching to a different folder. That's literally it. That's literally it. That simple. But it will eventually help me also do it through network and not just through the 9P protocol. Wait, did I see a Raspberry Pi for how much? 200 euros. That's kind of a lot. Are they really that much? I bought a compute module for like 100. This is dollars. Can we switch stores? Wait, Rock 5. Instaligen anpassen. Ja, ja, ja. Alleen. Ik ben in particulier klant. I don't speak Dutch, unfortunately. Having only been to the country one time, can't say I felt the urge. Yeah, this is a Rock 5 though. It's a Rock. No, Rock is the name of the CPU. Is it an Orange Pi? Rock chip, yeah, it's the name of the CPU. Not bad though, but the price for an 8 gig, it's kind of crazy. I mean, a Raspberry Pi, which is actually more powerful than this, is... can I switch countries? To... is it going to be under Netherlands? Netherlands. Well, slightly more expensive. But it's a 16 gig version. And I'm pretty sure its CPU is better. No, it's the same one, A76. 2.4, yeah. It's the same one, it's just a different... That was a Mango Pi? I thought it was an Orange Pi. Okay, so Banana Pie. We got a whole fruit cocktail going on. Apple Pie, yeah, just throw it in. I don't think Mango Pie is an actual thing now that I think about it, is it? Okay, so for the first version of this, of what I want to do, I'm going to create a new folder which is going to work as an OS repo. Right, so it's technically a package manager. Although it can't install applications yet, maybe I should make it install. No, it's easier to share through 9p, especially when I'm testing applications. Okay, so we're going to then also move Doom, which is going to be our little test app, over. And now, without making any changes to the system, I should only see the two built-in applications, no longer see Doom. Cool. And since I already have the code for the VirtIO 9p driver, I already have the shared directory. But I probably shouldn't use that one directly. Wait, the shared directory is actually shared by this script. Yeah, okay. FS device determines which folder is being shared with the system, which right now is the one inside of the system itself. And I can just change it to be OS repo. And then I'm only going to be able to see Doom, I'm pretty sure. Or not. Nothing at all. You know how it is. Failed to navigate to directory. Makes you wonder. Failed to open OS repo. Did I call it something else? No, it is called OS repo. Yeah, failed to navigate to directory. Do we know why? Invalid file descriptor, which is -1, or all Fs. And why? Why? Oh, wait, I'm not replicating the file structure. Right, so it's not that it can't navigate to OS repo, it can't navigate to RedOS user applications. Well, user actually. I don't know why it's called user. I need to change that file structure a little bit. So for this one, I'm going to change it to applications. Then I'm going to go into the kernel processes, Windows, launcher, and here it is no longer going to be that. It is going to be shared applications. That's the folder now. And there's Doom. Easy, there we go. It's done. Thank you for my... No, okay. Maybe I should do a little bit more work. This is really just the first part of it, where I want you to list the contents of the directory. I do wonder if I should take the time to very quickly refactor this code, because right now it works in a very atrocious manner in listing the contents of a directory. Whereas I created a function that works in cross-platform, but it doesn't work here yet. I do not plan on making it POSIX compliant at all. That is a limitation. Here, helpers. I have a traverse directory where you pass the name of the directory that you're trying to traverse, you say whether you want to traverse it recursively or not, and then you pass in a callback function, which every time that it finds a file, it calls this function. But not implemented for redacted. So maybe we can implement it. Because that way, because what I need to do here is I need to list the contents of the shared applications directory and then the contents of the RedOS user directory in the boot partition. So boot RedOS user, which I will change the name of while I'm at it. So I technically need to run this function for 2 different directories, and then this is the code that handles them. It's not amazing. So I would much rather kind of take the time to refactor it real quick. Code editor is Z. List directory contents, by the way, is a what is it called? Kernel call, whereas it should be in userland. Because a lot of kernel processes that I have, like the launcher, maybe even the window manager, if I really tried, I could get them to run in userland. I'm not super interested in doing that for the time being, but it would be nice to have that eventually. Also need to get rid of calls to malloc. We're now calling Zalloc. But I'm pretty sure actually this is going to be gone too. So yeah, get out of here. Get out of here too. You know what? You can go. The entire thing. Then entries is a what? Entries is a array, I'm pretty sure. Should I refactor the entire thing? Let's go step by step. Let's refactor the way that I find the applications, and then refactor the way that I list them, and then everything else. Let's not go so quickly right now. So I will want to call traverse directory on /shared /applications non-recursively with a directory traverse function. I wonder, can I do this? That would be very cursed if it allowed me to do it. Okay, no, it doesn't. That would have been really funny, since this is a type def of a function pointer, which I'm pretty sure is a void handle entry with a const char pointer directory and a const char pointer name. Handle entry. What is your problem? Okay. I love that it auto-completes the function and then it's like, hey, function doesn't exist, buddy. Which flowchart? Files helpers. That's what contains the traverse directory function. Does not allow the conversion from string literal to char pointer? From string literal, which is a char pointer, to char pointer? ¿Qué dices? No, funnily enough, it's a char pointer when it should be a const char pointer, and then it fixes it. Okay. So what do we do when we receive an entry? Well, we have to create all of these strings pretty much. So maybe the code that was here was actually helpful to reference. Okay, I won't handle that right now. Found entry and then just print it out. That's it. It's not like any of this is gonna work because it is gonna tell me that the current function is not implemented. Wait, I changed the signature of the function, but I didn't change it here, so. Still? Now, what are you complaining about? Undefined reference to traverse directory. Oh. It's not available in C++, is it? Why am I still using C++, bro? Traverse directory not implemented for redacted. Okay, we're good. Okay, so now we can actually implement it. The name of the actual syscall to traverse a directory is dir list. Is that implemented? I don't think that's it. That shouldn't be it anyway. That's the old way of doing things, in which the kernel would allocate memory for me. So that's not great. We don't want that. But I'm not seeing any others here. Size pointer is just a pointer with a size with it, so it's pointer and then the size. It's a struct. But that means that the kernel is allocating that memory, and that's not right. The kernel shouldn't be allocating the memory for your process. So it used to do that, which is why I didn't like it and I ended up changing it. Well, well, well. It is not implemented at all. Okay. Okay, so yes. It's not implemented because of what I said. Where in reality, what you want to do is you want to pass the path as a const char pointer, a buffer to write into, a size to write into, and an offset. Okay, so we want those. A const char pointer, a void buffer to write into, as the second argument, a size, actually, you know what, these are probably doing the same thing. The write, does write not take an offset? Interesting. Offset, which is a pointer. Oh, well, a uint64. A u64. Three. Buff size offset. What is your problem? Ah, it's a pointer. Okay. Now I'm building the kernel. This shirt sleeves have like buttons and stuff, and it's like rubbing against the desk. Pretty sure you can hear it. Pretty annoying. Okay. So actually that's all it really takes to implement the syscall, I'm pretty sure. Since everything else on the kernel side is already implemented. And in the future, I will need to limit what files and folders your application can access. Not limit, but like control. Control what files and folders your application can access, or how it can access them. And so I'll have to figure that out. That's another reason why maybe having some sort of like encryption algorithms for, you know, permissions and whatnot would be nice. But for the time being, that's really all it takes to implement that. Okay, so try to remember how it works. I think the code that was here was actually super helpful. For reference. Here. Okay. So yeah, we request data to put into this buffer here. And when we receive it, we will also receive a size. And if the size is more than 0, that means there's more entries to be read. Pretty sure that's how it works. But of course, this is the code that actually handles using the file, so we don't need this. Here we need to call the function. And we need to pass the directory and the function. No, not the function, the file. I'm pretty sure that's how it works. And right now I'm requesting 4 kilobytes, which is more than enough for the one file that we have. The one entry that we have, I mean. But I'm going to need to make it run until it's done running in the future. Dear list, which I now need to update the signature of the syscall. I forgot about that part. Okay, with a pointer, a buffer, a size, and a U64 offset. Right, this is the signature for the function that we're trying to call. Okay, so which directory are we accessing? Directory. Which buffer are we passing? The list pointer. The size of it is the list size. And the offset is currently 0. We're reading the first part of it, but it won't always be 0. What does it return? Does it return anything? Right now it returns the size pointer. That's no longer true. That's no longer the case. It now returns a size, just a size. And based on that size is how I know whether I have to read more data or not. Which means that also this is no longer valid. It will be used eventually, but it's not used right now. Same for the offset, currently not used. But I do need to access the variable to silence the warning, so I'll put that in. And also for recursion, this is something I hadn't considered. Is the entry a folder or a file? Currently there's no way of knowing, which means that recursive is not going to work. And I might as well just put a, since I don't need it right now, I'm not going to implement it. I'm going to put a warning like there was before. FS implementation error. And we're just going to return. Okay. If I did everything right, we might just be able to get Doom back. Nope. Recursion is not supported. Why did I make it recursive? That's on me, that's on me. Stupid mistake. Directory listing not implemented yet? Brother, it's implemented. Oh wait, did I not remove the stub from here? Who's printing this? Because I'm pretty sure it is implemented. Oh yeah, here it is. Oh, kernel syscall. Oh. I forgot to update it here. Right. So this here is the syscall for userland process, which triggers an actual syscall. Whereas the one that was complaining just now is the direct access for kernel level processes. So you've actually changed, buddy. Wait. Yeah, we're good. All I need to do is copy this. Return path buff size offset. Pointer. I did it wrong here. It's a pointer. Yeah, and now I need to change it here to also be a pointer. It found the entry. Funnily enough, found the entry doom red, and yet it's not doing anything with it. Where is it? Oh, I didn't implement the function that actually reads them. Whoops, my bad. Forgot to implement that part. So it works, but it doesn't yet do what it is supposed to do. So there is an ad coming up, and I'm going to implement this part after the ad is over. So I will be back in 3 minutes. I'm a very intelligent person. I said, there's an ad coming up on Twitch. It takes 3 minutes. I'll be back in 3 minutes. I changed the scene on OBS, walked away, came back and realized I didn't run the ad. And it was still actually a couple minutes away from running. I was gonna run it manually. So it's running now. Incredible. Incredible work. As always. Well, I guess now we wait 2 minutes for um for the ad to finish running. Holy, I can't remember how to speak nowadays anymore. In the meantime, I kind of want to go through this code really quickly and see what is preventing me from running it entirely in userland, because it's a launcher. A launcher should be in userland, I feel like. All it does is just tell the system, hey, run this app for me real quick. Which again, I want to limit that kind of stuff. I don't want to let processes just randomly run other processes. But right now there isn't any limitation for that, so it should be okay. It should be okay. So traversing the directory should already be happening in userland. It could already be happening in userland. Just if you run it as a kernel, it's a little bit faster because it doesn't do a syscall. Hey, Gabsy. Focusing. Technically, this isn't handled by userland. It's just telling the system where to send the input. So whoever is focused receives keyboard input and mouse location input. Everyone else sees 0. There's no real reason why this should stay entirely within kernel processes, but I like having that control right now. But if I want to give it up in order to allow the launcher to be in userland, I could, make the kernel as small as possible. Not necessarily going for microkernel, but yeah, something a little bit smaller, perhaps. Draw context, the stuff I have in pretty much all my applications, so there's absolutely no reason. Resizing the window, perfectly fine. Reading event current is just for key presses. Again, being done through the kernel right now. There is an equivalent in userland, so I could easily just use that. And then the only other thing is actually launching the application, which the way that it does it right now is manually. Loading the ELF file manually. You could have well, I already have an exec syscall. It's technically can only run executables, whereas here we're loading a bundle, a .red bundle. So I would have to modify it a little bit, but it could handle that stuff. So if I wanted to, I could run the launcher entirely in userland, and most importantly, you could have your own launcher if you so wish. Maybe the second other limitation besides those two little things is how does the system know where to look for the launcher if it's an external application? Does it have to have a hard-coded name? Does it have to be at a hard-coded path? But it's not something I'm in a hurry to figure out right now, so it's fine. Okay. So I refactored my traverse directory real quick so that I can just access it through one function. And for that matter, can I do combining the two? You know, the applications that are installed on the system and the ones that are shared by Linux. Yes, it finds both. Okay, doom.read, user.read, and terminal.read. Perfect. That is exactly what I wanted. Why is it mixing C and C++ code? Because sometimes C++ was better. This is one of the places where it wasn't. It wasn't really necessary. I don't remember what made me make this class in particular in C++, but yeah, I no longer have. I no longer want it in C++, but it's fine. Okay. Let me turn up the heater a little bit because this shirt's kind of small. I wish my heater had like a remote or something, but it doesn't, so I have to stand up. And it's also like behind my desk, so that's not great. Okay. So it seems that all the code for traversing the directory and finding the doom.read, user.read, and terminal.read is working. Again, it's not fully complete. If the directory has a lot of entries, it won't find all of them. It'll only find the first 4 kilobytes of data. But it's a good start. Hey, Abhishek. God, what made YouTube make this change? Where it's hard to read. Because most people's usernames are maybe their name, but like mashed together. And then a bunch of letters and numbers at the end. It just makes it really hard to read people's names. Okay, so I am loading that information. What I need to do is actually, let me test that it's loading all the information correctly. I think it is though.
Infinite Code 0 already your channel with the viewers.
Infinite Coder, hello. How you doing? It's been a while. How's it going?
Shoutout Infinite Coder 01.
You were working on, it's been a long time. You were working on a compiler last I saw. What are you up to nowadays? Yes, we're doing Z. It's pretty good. I'm making changes to my launcher right now to start working on the distributed operating system architecture. The first step is to load. I already have this functionality. I'm just like refactoring and fixing it a little bit. Load applications from outside of the operating system itself. Right now from the host system, which is Linux or Mac. It doesn't work on Windows. Sorry, Stony. Z is really good, actually, yes. Of all the ones that I tried, it's pretty good. And also, I just remembered someone in the chat asked a while ago, when NeoVim for Redacted? And, nah, buddy. Not from me. If you feel like porting it, you're more than welcome to. I would love to see it. I might even use it. But, I don't know. Just Covino joined and told me to go to work. Oh, yeah. It's Sunday. So it's okay to do a... The name is redacted. Like, literally. So, yeah, it is kind of nameless. The real name is Copilot OS. If only someone in 2006 hadn't registered copilotos.com, I would have genuinely called it that. Except I'm pretty sure the copyright actually applies here, but... Can you imagine if I just swooped in and took that name from Microsoft when you just know there's not going to be a Windows 12, there's going to be a Copilot OS? You just know it. You just know it. Mark my words. And if I'm wrong, don't bring it up. I would market it ironically, you know? And also the fact that I stole the name from Microsoft would help me market it. I do think Windows 12 will actually be called Copilot OS. I wouldn't be surprised if they do that rebrand. Also, Windows doesn't have an amazing reputation, and they think that AI does. It doesn't. But they think that it does. So Copilot OS is just a no-brainer. And Microsoft has no brain, so it's right there. Okay. All the code that I said, oh, we don't need this code anymore. Now I need it again. So pretty much I copied all of this code into the other function except for this part, and now I'm copying this part here. So yeah, one way or another I ended up needing it. Yeah, we need the directory and the file name. Then this part we can alter a little bit. Instead of making another string just to hold the name and the extension separately, use slices instead. We need that code. What code? Now, string and extension become slices now. Extension and name become slices now, so they don't have to do any allocations. And the name is no longer going to be this. On string slice, like that. Now they're custom string slices in C actually. Most likely I'm gonna have to go to their header and declare them extern C, because it's the linker's probably gonna complain. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, we don't need to get the extension, so we might as well get that. String slice extension. You know what? The whole thing. String slice name is the... Oh, wait. Let's call this one file, because the code is already using the name. Okay, and slice to, or slice from, no? I thought I had a function for that. Okay. Find extension is what I need, yeah. Slice, or make slice from file starting at find extension, wasn't it? Find extension. Find extension. Find extension file length strlen of file minus extension location. That is the name. No, wait. That is the name. And then that is the length. Okay, that's how you do it. Use of unidentified. This right here. Why can I see it and you can't? Right here. What do you mean it's unidentified? What are we complaining about here, buddy? A kernel in Golang. I only checked out Golang a little bit. It was actually, was it yesterday? I think it was yesterday. It was really fun. I liked it. But I don't know about its use as a kernel development system. I do know they use it for systems programming, right? So maybe. Oh, because handle entry is not part of the launcher. That's why you can't find it.
Zähler-7 followed your channel.
Is that good? Out of line definition, I know that. I'll just put it in here real quick. See, one reason why I want to get rid of this god-forsaken language. I'm considering getting rid of this godforsaken language in this class real quick. I'm thinking about it long and hard. And let me tell you, it is tempting. Because I need a static value here. Okay. Fuck C++. We have TypeScript OSs. Oh god, no. Well, besides Windows. Why did I want to transpiler C++ anyway? You can just do this. That's the cool thing. Most of my code used to be C++. I mean, used to be C. So I can kind of get away with just doing this. Oh, except for the array. Oh, fuck. But it's okay. I can just get rid of the class. That should be enough to do something anyway. DSO handle. Oh my god. See why I want to get rid of C++? I fucking hate this language. What is draw desktop anyway? Who's doing this? Oh, it is a function of this. Okay. Okay, so what do I need to do in order to make it full C without C++ at all? Yeesh. Pretty much entries needs to change. Null pointer no longer exists. That's not a problem. Okay, the one problem we do have, we don't really have an array class. And I've kind of been meaning to create one. Because I have it in C++, but I don't have it in C. I don't know why it was written in C++ in the first place. I don't remember what reason made me do that. I think maybe the array itself, actually. Couldn't really tell you. Okay. So I'm just going to use the chunk array thing that I have. That's data struct chunk array. Launch entry, why are you capitalized like that? Chunk array t, entries. If no entries, then we are going to, that's supposed to be a pointer. Then we're going to initialize entries with a chunk array create with the size of this as the size and the initial capacity of 9 because that's really all the launcher can currently handle. Use of undeclared identifier, yep, because this is still a CPP file, an HPP file. And we now need to merge these two. But it looks like none of these are actually being used. I'm not sure how true that is. We can get rid of this. Oh, I love getting rid of that. Okay, we need to just include string slice, it seems like. It looks like no more errors. You can go and you can become a just H file. You should now be able to see a type def launch entry spelled like this now. Boom. Ubuntu has experienced an internal error. I don't think I've ever seen that. Don't jinx it for me, please. Okay, so add becomes this now. It gets copied, so it's okay if we just pass the address of a temporary variable in the stack. That's more than okay. Then, what are we complaining about? Oh, okay. We're including file system instead of syscalls. Just gonna fix that error. Okay. Chunk array count of entries. Use that here. Get the entry as chunk array get from entries index I, and then just access it like so. Whoops. Like so. And I created a chunk array reset function, which doesn't deallocate any memory, it just deletes any indexing. It's just meant for simple clean operations like this, when it's like, oh, we're relaunching the same thing. We might have changed the applications that were there before. Okay, I'm done with that. I'm done with that. Okay. Then tile size, you're a what? What is tile size? Could you tell me? Could you tell me what tile size is, please? That's so useless. It's a GPU size, so you need to explicitly do that. There is an error here, same thing. GPU size. All right, then we go here and chunk array count of entries. Launch entry equal to chunk array get entries index. And now wherever I use this, I simply use entry with that, entry with that, entry with that. Now I can actually do read full file as data. And do I care about the size of the file at all? I don't think I do. Okay, then this becomes the other way around, entry. Then this becomes just ready. What is going on here? We just need to pass a rect UI config name to this thing. We're accessing the entry again. So again, we need to create a launch entry pointer entry with get chunk array get entries index. And once again, we just access it in all of these places, which is a lot, as entry pointer. And we no longer have these extern C's. And that's how you get rid of C++. Please work. Okay, we're not doing amazing already. No rule to make launcher.cpp. Required by launcher.o. Oh, so I probably just need to do a clean here real quick. I always forget to use multi-threading. Might as well, since I have make undefined reference to launch launcher. Oh, okay, this oh, that worked. Nice. Except nothing happened. Okay, but we're back where we started, and with one C++ fewer than before, which is always an enjoyable thing to have. Oh, it's not. Mm-mm. Okay, where are you crashing? Huh? Here? In the create. Are you serious? Not the allocator again. Yep, the allocator again. Hmm. The condition is inverted, so that's probably not helping. Yeah, although this is wrong. Okay, it does seem to find doom.red, user.red, and terminal.red. But then since I changed half my code, there might be a chance that I broke something. You never know. Speaking of which, here I can use the read full file info path. Again, don't care about the size. We no longer need to read and close. We no longer need to do this. If no info, we return package info empty. And we're back to crashing. In the allocator again. With this weird address, which looks like memory corruption. Can't lie, the new allocator still needs to iron out some bugs. Which is why I haven't moved it to more classes. Chunk array and buffers are pretty much the only ones that use it, but they do use it, so it's kind of a problem. Size of a launch entry? 9, yeah, that should be fine. Line 32, so it's when it's creating it. When it's Z allocating it, goes to the allocator. Line 78. Yeah, it's reading data here that it shouldn't be reading. No idea what this data could even be in the first place.
Bright Neon 1 followed your channel.
I need to think about this a little bit better. So the process starts, but it's a kernel level process, so that's not super helpful. Alright, so I guess the first question I want to ask myself is, if I change this to a malloc call, yeah, it's probably not worth doing. I have to change a lot of things if I change it to a malloc call. Oh, hey, TB Schneider. God, how hard is it to just have the chat show every message that comes in? Can't be that hard, can it? Maybe it is. Maybe it is that hard. Bum, 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 bum. I'm really confused as to what could be causing this, to be honest. It's probably doing an allocation. This is a problem. This is definitely a problem. I feel like I currently have two allocators working at the same time, and that really does not help. That makes things really painful. But one thing that I do have in some of these...
I almost forgot about the TTS message lol fold al nullball call wall tol ol char bar lar mustard flattered comrade.
Yeah, you were spitting there. A lot of my classes tend to have their own custom allocator. So maybe this one should too. And that kind of resolves the issue. So now you can specify your own allocators. And I can make an exception for this one, because it is kind of necessary right now. And it might be useful in the future as well. Array allocator becomes the allocator, and array free becomes the free function. Like that. This one now just calls the other function, chunk array create alloc, with the same item size, the same chunk capacity, and no allocator, no free, it uses the defaults. Now, wherever you had a release, which is only here, I believe, you now use the array allocateur. With the array... No, the array free, not the allocator. And where we create the next array, Is YouTube chat broken? No, I saw a message a bit ago. It might just be quieter than Twitch. Yes, it was broken. Alright, I missed 3 messages. Not a whole lot, but yes. It is always the allocator. It's always the damn allocator. Time for a YouTube from scratch. Yeah, YouTube is usually quieter. But yeah, when it gets suspiciously quiet, it might be worth looking into it, because sometimes it does break randomly. I wonder if refreshing the chat will fix it. Yeah, it's not coming through. Looks like. Okay, this create function, though, it's also being called... And yeah, the allocator right now, I feel like it by itself works well. The problem is there's currently a weird mix between old allocator and new allocator. And that makes it not work very well. Well, I didn't change anything, did I? So I would be surprised if this worked. C9 under one slab allocator and another allocator. See, the old allocator, the malloc, is kind of gonna be deprecated because it doesn't handle virtual memory very well, or at all. And that's a really big problem. It was making Doom crash, it was making my renderer crash, pretty much anything that used virtual memory, which is any user-land application. The problem, I believe, that we're encountering here is that whenever I call malloc from a kernel level process, that just goes to a fake syscall, which internally just calls an allocator that puts everything in the same page as the kernel process, which is not correct. It's not super correct. I can actually use the default function for releasing. Okay, that fixed it. Great, so it is that. The weird mix between using malloc to provide the pages for the new allocator and using malloc to do individual allocations is causing this. Technically, malloc should do individual allocations. It will eventually, it does do that. It does do that right now. Where I should have a new syscall palloc for allocating pages explicitly. But since I don't have that syscall right now, I'm just relying on malloc directly. And yeah, there's a weird mix between the two allocators, and especially the biggest issue is that they use 2 different free functions. So when they free memory, they do so in 2 different incompatible ways. and that can cause crashes in cases like these. But in this particular case, it has the advantage that now all of the launcher's memory will be put inside of this launcher page separate from the kernel, whereas before it was going all to the same place. And that was also probably leading to some memory not being freed correctly. Honestly, it's hard to tell when literally all kernel processes are allocating to the same place. Hard to tell. But they should all be allocating to their own pages. A standalone process can already do that by default. It will do it to its own page, but these are not standalone processes. They are actually compiled as part of the kernel. Their code is part of the kernel's code. So, YouTube chat is still broken, by the way. Oh well. I have it open here so I can see it, but it's not going to show up on the screen. Yeah, so even though this is both a hack to fix this issue while I iron out the issues with the allocator and move everything to use the new allocator, but it is also convenient because I have more control over where the memory goes. It also makes allocations faster in userland processes because malloc is a syscall. So context switching every time that you allocate memory is not amazing. Even though I allocate so little memory that I didn't even realize this was happening for the longest time until I was allocating memory for meshes in my renderer. And then Doom was also doing it, but I kind of like left Doom behind a little bit there. I kind of abandoned it. Okay, so we're back to it working memory-wise, but this is not correct. We have package info 0, and then we have redacted demo. This one is correct. Is it actually? Wrong format, must be a red package. Okay, so I'm definitely loading something wrong here, even though the second one is apparently correct. We'll want to print entry found. Give me the full name of the entry. Then give me name and extension. And then give me the path to the info file. That way I can verify all of those. So path, name, extension, and info. Oh, info is... I see. Okay, so it's not the path to the info file, it's the data of the info file directly. And it crashed. String.c. God damn it. Path is a string. So yeah, it has to be either capital S or string data. Not sure how well capital S works. Maybe it's buggy. It works. It works. Okay. Entry found shared applications doom.red. Entry found boot redOS user.red. Entry found terminal.red. Good, but I'm pretty sure the extension is not supposed to have the dot. I would have to revert all this code and go back to check, but I'm pretty sure. From the way that I write my code, I can assume that I already know it's an extension, so I shouldn't include the period in there. So +1, -1. Well, that broke entirely. Pretty sure if there is no extension, we're not supposed to do this. No, that's still not it. Okay. entry candidate. This is printing as a string. Whereas before it was a char string. No, it was a string, and I was using it as a char string. Now it is a char string. I was using it as a string. So entry candidate dot 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 doom dot red dot 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 dot. Why is there 3? Why is there 3? But now it is handling them correctly. Doom red. Oh, but I'm looking for the extension red. Why did I make clean? Weird. Distributed operating system is just being able to access resources on other computers, pretty much. And we're back to this BS. We are back to this BS. But okay, first off, you have 3 candidates. You have Doom Red, you have User Red, and you have Terminal Red. Why am I only seeing 2 of them? Número 1. And número 2. Why are none of them loading correctly? And I might as well check. Are the names of the files loading correctly? Probably still not. Like, wrong format, wrong format, wrong format. Okay, so it is actually loading 3 entries. Just this one has the wrong name entirely. This one doesn't even know what the hell it's rendering. This one is not rendering anything at all. Oh, but the way that it renders the names is a little bit weird. Oh, YouTube is back. Welcome back, YouTube. Welcome back to on-screen chat. No, Doom.red is from 9p, from shared, and the other one is from boot. What I hadn't considered, though, is the fact that launch entry used to be using strings for the name and the extension. Now, it uses something else. So that's kind of not helping. First off, there must be a red package. It's failing because this this comparison is wrong. Also, real quick, just got a reminder that I need to postpone because it's kind of important. I got a starved jester tomorrow for blood tests, not cruelty. So I gotta remember to disconnect this feeder, otherwise it's gonna go off automatically. Okay. So this is now string literal match. No, slice literal match between the entry extension and red, case insensitive. And if this fails, then it is not a red format, and so we return. Otherwise, we construct the name of the alpha file based off of this whole thing / doom.elf. But we don't use the data here, otherwise we're going to do it wrong. Then we read the full file and everything else should stay the same. Except that the name of the elf file is probably going to remain the whole thing. Most likely, since it's not null terminated. But we can deal with that in the future. The name of the process will then be doom.red, not just doom. Which is not a big deal. Okay. So starting with that, it should at least be able to launch them, even though it's not able to load them. Well, you might as well tell me what it is that's failing. That's not good. Not good. Oh yeah, when I create the entry, hold up. When I create the entry, the extension is taken from this file. That's not correct. We should make a copy of the file. And use that one to make this. Otherwise it gets deallocated. Not quite right. Not quite right. So no, I need to make a full copy of the file name. Okay. We're making some changes. When you add an entry, you add an entry with the path, and you add an entry with the file name. Path is now directory, and file name is now file name. This actually no longer needs to be here in the header file. Pretty sure these no longer need to be in the header file at all. But we're gonna keep them because some of them are serving as forward declarations. File name needs to be freed and directory needs to be freed. Then also this becomes a string from literal directory. We make another one for the file name. File. This is no longer technically the full path anymore. Maybe. Yeah, maybe it's better not to do this. Keep this one as path and this one as file name. String from literal file. We save that and we use that one to create these slices. There we go. There we go. Okay, that's better. And now it actually loads again. Beautiful. And it crashes. Hell! We're almost there. We were almost there. Line 85 of the launcher for traversing directory is creating strings. And it's the damn allocator again. How can that possibly be, brother? No way. Well, in addition to the fact that you're malloking when you should be zalloking. Okay. Yeah, it's a grain of rice, actually. No, actually, it's a little bit too powerful. It's just running on a single molecule. Okay. So I think what I wanted to do after a long-ass refactor is finally done. Hi, Melifas. Okay, ad break coming up. This time it is actually starting, so I'll be back in 3 minutes. And we have returned. And you'll be happy to hear he has been fed. He's happy. He's happy. Okay. So first step of the distributed operating system project was moving or creating a repository to have applications that we can load from which we can load applications, which we technically already had, but now it's moved outside of the OS repo. And it will be able to do other things in the future as well. It won't just do this. I plan on having a little, server able to work off of this resource. I don't know what the backend would look like on Linux, to be honest, for that, because everything's treated as a file, right? So you go to the shared folder, which is mapped to this one, /applications/ well, you can list the contents of this directory, you pick this one, you can find the elf file, the package.info, all the resources inside of them, the one resource that it has. And that's handled by the Linux file system. But if I want to run a service off of this thing, like explicitly, or what can it be, compilation, for example, I mentioned, since GCC doesn't run on my system, you could offload that onto Linux. It would be as, how did I do it on, when I did that prototype, I essentially called it like it was an API, right? So you go to /shared/applications, and this is an actual file system that gives you the contents of the directory and then loads the contents of the directory and all that stuff. Yeah, no, macOS compiled stuff not amazing for Linux. The other way around works because macOS is Unix. Not even Unix-like or POSIX, it's literally Unix. But yeah, not super compatible despite both being POSIX. When I say backend, I mean just what's gonna power this. Right, so I can go to shared/applications and this works like a normal file system. But let's say that I wanna map shared-compile to allow you to do compilation from redacted OS by offloading that onto Linux. This isn't going to be an actual folder in here. Actually, maybe it is going to be like an actual folder. And then, you would create, I don't know, a job that would be given an ID. And you would upload files to be compiled in here. And then you would actually compile them. But it's more so about giving Linux the command of, hey, you have to actually compile what I tell you to compile, right? Is there a better example than compile? I keep coming up with compile, which is a really dumb example. And the GPU renderer is also kind of a really bad example. Yeah, let's keep going with compile. Okay. So let's say, yeah, that I want to compile something from redacted OS, but redacted OS doesn't have a compiler. Package installation That's the cool thing about it. You don't need to install them. You just get them directly from Linux. For the time being, this is good because I'm developing a lot of applications for Redacted. And so the changes that I make on the application are automatically reflected in the system without even needing to reboot. Whereas if there was installation, I would need to reinstall them. So I kind of don't want to consider that one. And also that one would be a file system essentially because it's just downloading them. Right? That I need something that's like a command that works like an API. So long as it works like a file system, it's easy to consider. I need something that works like a command, like an actual command that you give. Right, so again, I don't have a compiler on the system. I want to offload the compilation to Linux. So, how is it going to work? I call shared compile new. This returns an ID. Then I call share. Then what I do is I call shared compile ID, and I put a file there, like source.c. And this just returns OK. I'm an app developer for work. And what I did there is just upload the source file that's going to be compiled. There should be a whole lot of more configuration happening for this kind of stuff. And even I have my whole build system that I can mirror this whole API around, right? But skipping a few steps here. That is kind of what I would want to have. So I want to do a new compilation. I call new on it. It returns an ID for me. I upload stuff to that ID. It might have even internally created a folder with that ID. I upload stuff to that ID. I can't create a new file from here. Windows is pretty much the only one that allows you to create a new file by right-clicking, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, let's just imagine that this is a file because I can't be bothered actually creating a file. Yeah, I upload that file to it. Then I tell it to compile. This isn't an actual file, this is a command. And it, runs GCC over it and it creates output.elf. And then I tell it, give me output.elf. And it sends me this file over. So are these paths over HTTP? No. Similar to HTTP, but using 9p as a protocol instead of HTTP. That is kind of the plan for it. But think about it in terms of HTTP like a REST. Is it called a REST API? Yeah, I think it is. So you would just do a GET request to this, a PUT here, a GET request to this, and then a GET here as well to receive the file. But really, this is a command, this is a command, this is get a file, and this is put a file. So I'll write, and they read. Yes, I can have a simple server. The question is, what powers it? because I'm not calling an actual API, I'm calling a file system. That is the part about it that is a little bit weird. How do I put it? Oh, hold on. Align those like that for no particular reason. Yeah, so long as I'm writing a file and downloading a file, I already have the driver that handles that on the QEMU side. Great, amazing, wonderful. But it isn't just a physical file system. Well, to be fair, it might not even be a physical file system on the other side. You don't even know. That's not your problem, really. But it is a physical file system in the sense that it exists on my drive, right? So long as I'm doing these two operations. When I'm doing these two operations, we're not relying on a file called new or a file called compile. We're relying on a virtual file system that executes a command when you call those. And for example, Plan 9 works like this because Plan 9 is already a distributed file, operating system. Unfortunately, though, Linux is based off of Unix, not Plan 9. The world would be a much better place if Linux was based off of Plan 9. Let me tell you. Since Plan 9 does this natively. You know the funniest thing, by the way, is that QEMU uses 9p to share file between host and guest, but it doesn't work on Windows. So Windows uses 9p to share files with the Windows subsystem for Linux. It's not a limitation on Windows, it's probably just that QEMU hasn't implemented it. Maybe a new version has implemented it, I don't know. But, yeah. Even if I do run, okay, that's the thing. All right, let me put it this way. When redacted talks to shared, that maps to a folder on Linux. Can I rotate these? Oh, nice. Can I align them, maybe? Good enough. And right now, who responds here on Linux is the Linux file system. And even though Linux internally even uses a virtual file system, it isn't really prepared for doing what I want it to do. And most importantly, it doesn't let me configure these kinds of things. I can't make this folder have commands. I can't load a module at this path. Whereas on Redacted I can, for example. On Linux I can't. And that is the question. I need to not have the Linux file system handle this. Pretty sure there's a strike through if I tried. No, there isn't. Okay, well, that's the okay. So pretty much I need that. I need a way of telling Linux, hey, don't worry about this folder. I'll handle that one. Where some files I will treat as commands and some other files I will actually write to disk. That is kind of what I need. Because I want to do the communication not over HTTP, but entirely through the file system. Even though internally it works very similar to HTTP. But it works like a file. And I'm not sure how to do that. I'm not sure I can do that. A custom fuse component is what I'm thinking. I've heard it's a pain in the ass. As is everything on Linux. Who said that? I hear in voices. Again. But it does sound like the easiest. The dog said it. He is awake, so maybe. Userland. What the fuck are you talking about here? Clanker? Oh, it's an actual thing. Though, where exactly am I talking about Android here, brother? Y'all, how hard is it to make a web crawler? I'm so tired of Google. File system and user space is literally what I'm looking for. DuckDuckGo is even worse. Google was enshittified by AI, but DuckDuckGo didn't need to enshittify itself. It was already it was already doing pretty bad. I used to use it at the beginning when I started streaming, then I was just like I wiped this whole computer and I never bothered setting it again. My brother in Christ, what is this? That's exactly what I'm looking for. Okay, so it is a file system and user space that I want, right? So, yeah. Plan 9 users have a FTPFS command that will connect to an FTP server, populate remote files in their namespace, and translate 9P operations into FTP operations. This allows standard utilities to work directly on remote files. The Fuse file system was initially part of a virtual file system, a file system implementation heavily influenced by a translator concept of the GNU herd. I love when GNU comes up. Okay, so I think Fuse is what I want. GNU. Isn't that what the Native Americans called it in the Welcome to Derry miniseries? Well, miniseries. It's a whole series. Is it not here? Television. Welcome to Derry. I think they actually called him that, which would be really funny. Then again, what would that be spelled like? Yeah, I have no idea. I'm just going to assume that yes, Pennywise's name is Gnu for the Native Americans. I don't quite remember, but I think it was that. Yes, YouTube chat is working, sir. Nah, it stopped working for a bit. It stopped working for a bit. I didn't even notice. The place where I work is a hiring platform. The whole company run by juniors and few interns are crazy enough to learn anything from AI. Whole day goes by. Calling AI shit. It is, isn't it? That's not a great sign. What do the Native Americans call Pennywise? There it was. Manitou. That's not right. Am I hallucinating an entire Pennywise TV show that came out in like September, October? Because I'm seeing zero references to it even existing. And yet I remember watching it and really enjoying it. I think I made up its name completely though. It wasn't called a GNU. I don't know why I thought it was. Either that or AI hasn't been informed of it yet, which is why no results come up on Google, because it's probably just powered by Gemini nowadays. I love the modern internet. Well, lucky for us, I'm creating a local internet. A GNU is a type of bison. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. That literally their logo is an actual GNU. And they're skinnier than I imagined them being. Yeah, they don't have a little smirk on their face usually. That looks like something a Pennywise would transform into, low-key. I did not expect them to look like that. I don't think I'd ever actually seen a picture of it. I'd only seen this one. They don't quite look like that. That's a lot of, whitewashing of its face right there. What is this? Oh no. Why the fuck is the GNU logo a GNU? Gee, I wonder why. I understand if you translate it to Spanish, it becomes slightly less obvious, but like it's still spelled NU even if it's an Enye. But come on, man. Maybe because GNU logo is a GNU. I think the author of this article just didn't know what to write today, so they were like, yeah, why is the GNU logo GNU? They just didn't know what to write, they wrote this. Is that Minecraft? And it's invading Minecraft now. Oh no. Someone hunted a GNU. Why does a cow look like a cow? Should I call my software suite cow? Pretty sure there's something actually called cow. Wait, QEMU uses like dcow2, some weird file format like that. Yeah, that smile is wrong. That smile is definitely wrong. I think I made up the thing about Native Americans calling Pennywise a GNU. But QCow2, not GCow2. Yes, that's the one. But I wouldn't be surprised if it took the shape of a GNU at some point. Why is the Windows logo a window? Why is the Windows logo a ventana? If you put it in Spanish, it suddenly isn't so obvious anymore. Unless you have more than 5 IQ, that is. Is it bad that I'm dreading working with Fuse? No, right? Why would it be bad? We already know. We already know what this is gonna be like. Yeah, I don't think I want to do this today. I don't even have an actual practical application for this yet. I also don't have write on this system. So maybe I want to implement that before I implement anything else. But Fuse is hard. Yeah, no, I've heard some horror stories. Some people have told me a couple of horror stories here and there, so that's why I'm dreading it. What's even worse is how do I power that on Mac? Because Mac doesn't have Fuse. Windows is there. Mac has a Fuse extension. The problem is how much setup do you have to do to use my system now? That is the biggest issue. To be fair, all of this is optional. You don't have to do any of this if you don't want to. If you don't wanna have the OS repo thing, if you don't want to have this folder, you just don't have it. Actually, what happens if you don't have it? I think I may need to change something in the script that loads the system. Hi, Red Center. Yeah. Cannot initialize FS dev shared FS failed to open no such file or a directory. That is a problem because I want to make it optional. Let me see if QEMU has a... Am I a bot? No? Damn. Security model. Mapped file, map text attribute, pass through, none, write out immediate, read only, F mode, D mode, multi-devs, forbid, warn, socket, device, mount tag. Someone's probably ported Fuse to Windows. I'm assuming WSL, at the very least. OS 10 probably. You can also use the, no, that's not what I'm looking for. I don't think it has any options for me to make it optional. What a pain in the ass doing anything ever with Linux and POSIX, and god damn, don't we have anything more elegant than this? So let me see, shared folder. That. And then I gotta check if the shared folder actually exists. How do I do that? If the directory, where directory is shared folder, then I want to run this. So it should also include this part, right? Yes, but it crashes. Shouldn't it have failed to initialize, I wonder? Oh, it probably failed to initialize, but didn't do anything. Well, I'm kind of glad I did this then, because I wouldn't have noticed this error otherwise. Let me see. When I initialize, I return true here, return false here and here. So it should be returning false and printing something about it. That's FAT32, device not found. Beautiful. Okay, so it is doing that. Tiny issue. The module loader. Yeah, it's initializing. Kind of overcomplicated the logic there a little bit. If the initialization fails, you just return false. Otherwise, you save and you return true. Because it's loading the module even though it failed to load. Yep. So you're back to failing. Yeah. Good thing I didn't commit because I did know there were probably still a few bugs. Okay, but the one with the file system is there, and can I bring it back real quick? Just to test that this whole thing works, and then move on to fixing the bugs in the... Yeah, I'm gonna go with a no. No such process. Bugs in software, surely you're joking. I know it sounds hard to believe, and my software too. I know it sounds hard to believe. This didn't work, did it? Do I need anything else? Because this is clearly not working. Clearly does not work. This is for bash, right? This is literally the same file, so it was for bash. I could have just read that, but it's not working. God, bash is so... If D and then the directory. Do I need to remove the... See, this is why I hate bash, because I have to guess the syntax. It's worse than JavaScript at that, too. It does exist, right? Okay. Do you just do exit? Shared folder, command not found. That was it. Probably. I don't know. No, still not loading it. Even though it says it exists. Do I need the double brackets? Maybe. You never know with this thing. No, you don't need the double brackets, because this has actually failed in the past. Do I need the quotation marks? I do see them used in other places. It said it exists now. Still hasn't found it. That sure looks to me like it exists. Remove the space around the equal sign here, probably. Also probably needs that. Still no. 9p still not found. So that, wait, how is that valid syntax? Bro, it's okay for you to tell me that the syntax is invalid sometimes. It's certainly much better than the alternative, Jesus. Why would that work? God, the second my language can be interpreted, it's gonna replace bash. I've already replaced make with it. I need to replace bash as well. What the fuck is this? That's so dumb. Okay. So now it is there, and if I delete it, okay. Good. Good, 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 good. Good. Okay, so that's done. That's done. Which makes the whole shared thing optional. You don't have to deal with it. A compiler in C has been pretty chill. I did miss classes though in one place. In the intermediate representation, since it is just an internal structure or multiple internal structures. I did have to create a structure that holds them, essentially. So a little bit of polymorphism going on there. Which for that matter, I'm actually making my language handle. And I call them interfaces, not classes, so it's different. So it's not object-oriented, It is just a contract that you fulfill. Yeah, no. Bash is just a dumbass implementation. It's worse than JavaScript in the fact that it allows you to do anything silently fails and doesn't even tell you that something failed. I mean, it probably told me that something failed, but like, look at the log. All of this is by the operating system itself. I have to scroll all the way up here to get that content. I do have development. Traits in Rust. Let me see what that is. I have to look at this language again. Oh no! Yeah, that sounds like what I want. Why does Rust feel the need to reinvent the wheel with all of its names? That and Go using runes instead of characters is just something else. Trait, animal. Has a name and has a noise and it talks. And you implement sheep for animal. Animal for sheep, I mean. Not gonna lie, this is the first time that I'm gonna praise Rust syntax. I like the way that they did it. It's separate from the sheep itself, which makes it look a little more modular. Kind of similar to how iOS does it. I mean, Swift does it for extensions. It's pretty standard that when you conform to a protocol, which is essentially an interface in Swift, you can do it directly, or you can do an extension of the class that conforms to the protocol, kind of like they're doing here. This is essentially what Swift calls an extension, they call an implementation. It is nice, but yeah, that's maybe a cleaner version of what I have right now should be something more like this. Can't believe I'm keeping that as reference. Oh god. Rust is so awful. It makes me sad. Wonder if using Raylib with Swift through C, C++ interrupt would make any sense. You can. Should you though? I'm gonna go with no. Because if you're doing Swift, more often than not, you're doing Mac and iOS, and then you have the native system. The only advantage is it provides a wrapper over GL, whereas you would have to write Metal yourself if you want to have anything graphics that isn't just UI. Well, no, hold on. They also have other frameworks. I don't know how they're doing nowadays. Cocoa framework for like 2D sprite-based games and stuff like that. And then there was another one for 3D that was kind of like, just there. Metal is the go-to for that kind of stuff. Go uses interface for no value and nil in case of null. I did hear that Go has undefined. What makes it weird that I'm hearing people talk about it in like calling it a systems language. Okay. I just thought about it. Writing a 9p file server on Linux. This is probably a solved problem. I may not even have to write a Fuse driver myself. Someone may have already done it. 9pex does that in small amount of code using the C9 library for 9p handling. The less Linux native code I have to write, the happier I will be. Ow. Serves the Plan 9 protocol from user space on other operating systems, including Linux and Mac. Oh my god, I love you. And it uses Make. How long ago? Code hasn't been touched in 5 years. So it's looking forky over here. But we're saving you. YouTube has a lot of delay, yeah. And since I'm streaming in 4K, I don't have any control over it anymore. Alright, you know what? The same search I just did, I can do again if I really want to. Alright, let me take a break from coding since I have some bugs to iron out. And instead, I said I was going to check out Julia. So she's like. Again, last time I checked their website, they didn't have any code on their website, which is incredible. But now they do. And that's pretty cool. And it's Mac based, based on how the interface here looks. Do you have a playground? It does not sound right. You're right about that, yeah. Julia Language Playground. They do have a playground on their own web. No. Never mind. It was shared on the forum and then it didn't work. Okay, here we go. It works. Great. Thank you so much. Bye, Mellifus. Thanks for joining. Okay. As always, the program that we are writing is going to run a very simple program that just does some basic mathematic operations. Glossary doesn't include the language that I'm working with. Julia by example. Non-web GUI app. Which framework would you use? I am using Raylib for that right now. I do have a lot of UI drawing code already because, you know, my system which doesn't have Raylib, I have to have something. So I'm considering switching over to just using pure GLFW. I keep forgetting the name of that library, but Raylib would be one that I would go to. And GLFW if you want to have control over the actual rendering. Oh my god, I'm not reading your whole YAP session over here. How to declare a variable in Julia. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to start with a program. Why did I call it? We're going to start with a program which is plus plus multiply exponent minus divide. And an accumulator is going to start at 0. We are, Raylib uses GLFW under the hood, but then you have to do the GL calls yourself. GLFW just gives you a window, pretty much, and then you have to do OpenGL on top of that. Raylib just does those two things for you. But internally works very similarly. Okay, I'm just going to write it how I think it could be written. Character in program. I want to switch over the character And if it's a plus, I want to do accumulator plus plus. For the minus, I want to do accumulator minus minus. I want to multiply by 2. I want to multiply by itself. And I want to divide by 2 for each of these options. And then I just want to print ln result plus accumulator. How correct is that? Based on having read a grand total of 0 code in this language. Oh no. White space is not allowed here. Oh god, it's white space. Oh god. They took the worst thing from Python. The successor to Python. Looks inside. Python transitioned to a woman. Now she's Julia. It's literally the same language. Oh my god. With the fucking white space. So few code examples. There's like 3. And they're so useless. What is even going on here? Mio Dio. It's all so awful. The shit are you doing here? No, okay. I was reading wrong. This is the result. This is not the actual code. Oh, thank God. Yeah, this should have clued me in. Oh my God, I was so terrified. Okay, so actually what I want is for I character in enumerate program. Yeah, so I should fix that. The white space thing is still pissing me off so bad though. Because what in the hell are we complaining about here? Where exactly is white space wrong, by the way? White space is not allowed here. Is it pointing me to the... It's pointing me to the R, really, if I look at it like here. JL line 4, but which one? Because to me, this looks exactly like what they wrote here. Basic string iteration. Oh, I don't need a bracket. Is that what you're saying? And And then probably switch character and okay. So how do I do a switch statement? Julia switch statement. I'm not gonna lie, the name Julia is not the best for a programming language because they don't have switches. Ah, yeah, someone mentioned that last time. What the fuck is going on here? I have to use a package for it. Okay. Okay. Can I just do? Can I just do this? Is it then? No. And do I have to do this for every single one of them? My God in heaven. Minus. Multiply. Divide. Exponent. The print should go outside. That's probably going to complain about this now. Julius said, okay. Invalid identifier in the end. Okay. It is too common of a name. Julia Lang if statement. The fact that I'm struggling to write an if statement in a language tells you that the syntax of the language is not exactly right. If let me guess, this is wrong. They don't like this. Assignment to accumulator in soft scope is ambiguous because a global variable by the same name exists and will be treated as a new local. Disambiguate by using local accumulator to suppress this warning or global accumulator to assign to the existing global variable. Why would you think that I'm using a local variable when I literally called it the same? Do I have to tell you every time I use the variable that I'm referring to this one? Even my syntax highlighting is better than this. Do I really have to do this? That cannot be right. This cannot be right. Please don't compile. Okay, thank you. In expression starting at line 4. So you're... that's not really where it's at. Oh my god, I feel like my parser is actually better than theirs. At least on coderunbox.com. Which, yeah, they probably are not using a super amazing compiler. No method matching string and float 64. The plus function exists, but no method is defined for this combination of argument types. Hermano, all of them are integers. Would you like to explain which one of these is a string? Oh, yeah, okay. This one, okay. I was getting so scared. You know what, I'm not liking this language at all. I just want to be done with it. No, we don't need compilers to be like LLMs in the slightest, because LLMs never know what you're trying to do. Okay, it works. Okay, thank you, Julia. Thank you. We'll call you, don't call us. Thank you. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for reading. Let. That feels dumb. So where am I supposed to use let? Am I supposed to use let at the okay. Wait, a new hard scope and optional introduce new local bindings. So am I supposed to just use let? A good thing I saved it already because it was lost. Was I supposed to use let here? And then I don't have to use global here? Right, because let itself is creating a scope, which is a very reasonable thing for let to do, right? Totally. I'm gonna cry. Now I need to remove all the globals. And somehow the code actually got worse. Which version is worse? The one in which I need to explicitly tell it that the function that I'm declaring and then using is the same one? Or the one in which, to avoid doing that, declaring a variable creates a new scope? Which one is worse? I genuinely don't know. Oh god. This is what they want to replace Python with? I don't know about this. Maybe a little redesign would be okay, I feel like. This is not right. This is not right. It's one is worse than the other, so I'm saving them both as a reminder of how to not do anything ever. I do prefer low-level languages. It's not even about the garbage collection, it's just what the fuck are you doing here? This isn't even garbage collected, this is just like very explicit about where the variable scope ends and starts, but why? And how would it work with a different type of program? I guess if it's anything like Python, you mostly would use it for things that are more like scripts. So yeah, for very like simple things like those, but still, man. IDK about this one. I'm not seeing it here, brother. Does it have an icon for it at least? So if I do Rust, it has no icon, funnily enough. Alright, well, you're going back to being crusty, because you are. And you're going back to being Jules, because I'm being nice to you here, okay? Yeah, YouTube chat keeps breaking. I just realized my laptop shut down and I missed any languages that were sent. Any languages, wow. Any messages that were sent. I'm using C for my operating system. I feel like Rust could be okay for like higher level stuff, but not really for lower level stuff. It will just get in your way when you're working with hardware, which is unsafe by definition. By the way, I was modifying some maps in Age of Mythology, and it's literally just feels like C, I guess. It's a scripting language, but to me it just feels like C. Which is like pretty cool, pretty easy. Julia is almost as bad as JavaScript. Not gonna disagree with you there. This really just feels like scripting C. But it's not exactly C, to be fair. It's, first off, probably interpreted. Oh yeah, there it is. So if I do .jl, will that work? Yep. Because it detected the other ones automatically, like PHP, Odin, Go, but it didn't detect Rust or Jules. Even some other things it detects, like, do I have still the other project open? No. Oh no, it didn't do it. I thought these would show as like document. No. Surprisingly, no. I mean, Python is useful. I don't use it a whole lot, but like people use it even to just like as a calculator sometimes. Which, yeah, I get it. I just use Google for that. But I understand. You can also easily just use Python. I just don't want to waste terminal commands on that. I say waste like they're limited. Wait, what change did I do in here exactly? I just don't want to pollute my terminal output with stuff like that. But also, is Python even installed by default on Linux? Yes. Who knew? 1 + 1 is 2. Okay. Back to fixing a few bugs here and there. It's more than a few bugs here and there, I feel like, sadly. Python is good. Let's face it, like it's okay. If you don't expect it to be fast, if you don't expect it to be complex, it's a scripting language pretty much. And Julia seems very much the same. It's just like you could have improved it. You could have made a great scripting language. Instead, you made that. Sure. Again, I feel like just C as a scripting language is good enough for me, to be completely honest. It's simple, easy. You don't need anything else. Better than Bash. I'd rather use Python than Bash. Or Make. Okay, so one thing I noticed is the names of the files, like in Drawtile probably, where I load the text and subtext. Here it is. It is loading them as strings. I should switch it over to always use string slices. Because right now it does have potential to fail. Right now it's all working perfectly, but for example, this shouldn't be terminal.read, it should be terminal. Because it's getting its name from this. das ist Hong. The problem there being that this label class, well, this label function, is being used in other places, and I would have to change every single one of them. All three of them. Yeah, all three of them. Shit. That's a lot less than I was expecting it to be, not gonna lie. Okay, so we can just easily do this. Text UI config doesn't use a const char anymore, uses a string slice. You now don't draw a string, you draw a slice. Should I just make it power, like, compatible with both, maybe? For the time being, maybe I don't break my entire UI right away. When I'm trying to fix the things that I already broke, breaking more things is probably not the solution. So instead, I'm going to add a slice variable to it. And if text config.slice.length, wait, I didn't turn it into a slice. Then fb draw string, draw slice ctx text config.slice px py text config font size common config foreground color. Otherwise, draw it as a traditional string. That's how you type, okay. I'm starting to annotate my code with stuff like this. Since I do have a utility that allows me to go through comments marked with deadline and just take them all out. Let's say by the 1st of April, I want to have removed all of these. And that should eventually, once I have that whole like task management software that I want to do a little bit more advanced, they will be able to just take all of these, sort them by the date, and tell me what to work on next. Right now it's manual, you have to search for the deadlines and see which one needs to be done. But it is helpful for deprecating things.
Lens071 followed your channel.
Let me put it here. Okay. And then I don't have to change every label that exists in my code ever. I can turn this into a string slice subtext. And even do string slice from literal, like that. I can do the same thing here. Wait, entry? Name, that's it. Okay. That's how you do it. They're all gone. Task failed successfully. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful work right there. Do I have 2 slice from literal functions? I have 2 slice from literal functions. Okay. Not entirely sure why. So can you tell me what slice you're gonna print here? Why did it clean instead of running? I don't understand why my history changes sometimes. Oh, okay. Excuse me? What is the bug? What is causing this crash? Syscalls 17. It's print, isn't it? No. Oh, this is not the right syscalls file though. It's print.
Fyodor 1005 followed your channel. Z Lavra followed your channel.
I have TTS on different languages for different things. German is for following, yes. I'm so confused by what's happening. Because this crash is coming from a completely different place. But I guess just kprintf. Okay. Label name Doom user terminal. Okay. So can we just use that instead? That should work, right? Okay, so it's not a problem with this, it's a problem with the renderer. Where? Context, slice, bx, by, font size, foreground color. That should be good. Although calculate label position is going to be different. So, oh, maybe it is rendering it, but it's rendering it really small because calculate label position is not doing the calculation correctly because it tries to do it off of the text. Yup. It can run on real hardware, but I need to finish some PCI drivers for the Raspberry Pi, which is the main real hardware the only real hardware that it runs on. So this is not good. I need to change this whole logic. Yeah, it's easy to test, but you have to build it on one computer, then test it on another. That kind of sucks. Just gonna do an auto conversion to the to a slice directly, so I can have this logic only once. Yeah, Pi 5 is pretty nice. I only wish I had access to it. The Pi 5 has some extra PCI configuration to be done. So that's even nicer. I'm gonna add this here. Still gonna technically remove the C literal string from here, but maybe I'll keep it. Maybe once that deadline comes along, I'm just gonna be like, yeah, nah, we're good. I'm pretty sure it's still calculated to nothing. Alright, straight up crashes. Okay. It's kind of weird. Single-threaded testing for my compiler is 15 seconds slower than your Mac. Nice. I'm assuming M1 and Silicon Mac. M1 is only the first one. Or we're on M4 now, I think. Probably M5 coming soon. Nice, not bad. What were you compiling? I guess that also depends. Why aren't you rendering? So you were doing an actual benchmark. Yeah, I feel like it's pretty decent for how small it is and how cheap relatively it is. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. On the slice. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mole is slow. Damn. That condition was probably returning early. God damn it, still no? Slice, slice, slice. Font size. For work as well. We're not here as well. There it is. Perfectly rendered as all things should be. We got a picture of Jester. No, we don't. No, we don't. No, we don't. God, these allocator bugs are so annoying. I need to really fix these things. And when the shared folder is not there, the user one doesn't have a name for some reason. Why could it be? Why could it be? It does have a subtitle. Redacted, yes. That's the author name. Whereas if you don't have an author name, you just have the extension here with the name of the package itself. If you don't have a package.info file. Here it has a package.info file, but it's not rendering the main title, even though it feels to me like it should have it. By the way, soon I'm going to create a logger in the style of Go, where I don't have to do this, I can just do this. I cannot wait for that day. Because I've been meaning to make a logger that does things like these little brackets here, automatically. And doing it like that would be really helpful. So you're not finding any name for it? What's happening? Null, null. Null, 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 null. Why is it null? Get pkg info, parse pkg info, read toml. Which has this handler and actually uses slices already. So I can easily just convert this code to use string slices. Oh, wait, no. Not really. I shouldn't use string slices here because slices don't allocate, whereas strings do. And this slice here is just the value that it's reading from here, which should be deallocated. Is it deallocated? Which should be deallocated. So I do need to allocate strings anyway, so I might as well just use strings there, but why are you not loading them then? Beats me, to be completely H. Why it works now? Is it all allocator bugs? It is all allocator bugs, goddamn. I do wonder why. I think I have to do some debugging on the allocator because I feel like even though, yes, sometimes there can be crashes, like initially I found some crashes when I was allocating with one function and freeing with another one because they're incompatible. But now it's starting to be a little bit suspicious that I'm allocating with a function, freeing with its same function. Well, with the same allocator, not the same function. Obviously, it's different functions for freeing and allocating, but for different allocators. And it's still crashing like they're incompatible. It's a little bit suspicious. So I feel like these crashes are coming from somewhere else. But this is working. Both of them are the same allocator. It just God, I never remember the names of them. But it just allocates small allocations inside of the same page. And then when you free them, it uses a free list to reuse those chunks of memory that are freed. And I still have to do some optimizations on that, like merging blocks that are next to each other that have been freed and whatnot. But that is how it works on both the old and new allocator, which are malloc and zalloc. The thing is, malloc is a syscall, whereas so every single time it does a context switch, every time you allocate anything. So that's slow, and also when I wrote it, I didn't have virtual memory, and once I added virtual memory, it became quite a pain in the ass to deal with it, because you have to do a lot of translations from virtual to physical memory, and then if there's one place in which you're not doing it as expected, it just kind of breaks. So instead, the way that I do it now is the new allocator does the same logic of allocating inside of a page, but it does it in userland, because it already has access to it, so it could have already done it in userland. But it calls malloc whenever it needs a new page of memory. Really, I should call another syscall, but since right now the only one I have is malloc, that's fine. The problem is these here. Wait, which one crashed? Oh no, this didn't crash. Hold on. Those addresses that I was seeing were actually correct addresses. Yeah, these addresses here, that's some corruption going on here. That shouldn't happen. And the weird part about it is that now there's some places that use malloc and there's some places that use zalloc. But there is one thing I didn't consider. The places that are using zalloc, because that used to be a function before, are they all freeing with the zalloc function? Because if they're freeing with the malloc free function, then that will cause issues. I had that issue with raylib, which is already fixed, and also we don't have raylib here. The chunk array, the linked list uses its own free function, or it uses release by default, which is the one that goes with zalloc. And do I see that cloning, which is not a function that I'm using? But cloning is using zalloc manually like that, and it probably shouldn't. Everyone else is using its own custom allocator. Buffer. Oh. Print was crashing, and buffer, print is using buffer. Maybe something to look into. String uses zalloc. The console, which is actually working, this is the terminal, so it's working fine. Okay. The important thing is who is using the free function from malloc. Read, that's okay, that's a command. If it's using free and malloc, that's fine. The terminal running commands, the monitor, ping, shutdown, traceroute, pipe, the login screen, but the login screen is working fine. The launcher. That was suspicious. The launcher was using string free, which is a malloc function, for a string which uses zalloc. Now you see why they're incompatible with each other, because anywhere that I am allocating with zalloc, I need to free with release. And anywhere that I'm allocating with malloc, I need to free with free sized. Because I never got to implementing a what is it called? An unsized version of the free, because it doesn't keep track of the sizes of allocations, which is another reason why I wanted to move away from malloc. DHCP daemon, we're not doing any of that stuff. HTTP, socket, DSP, INCMP, ICMP, IPv4. I'm gonna have to go through all these eventually, but not right now. I haven't touched them, which means that I haven't done any changes to them. Scheduler, nah, we're good. Alloc tests, and now we're on to the library. This is a test for allocations. which is using malloc and free sized, so that's good. Audio stuff, deflate. Oh, that could be causing issues. Because the demo process is using is loading a PNG image. Although I feel like if it uses malloc, it shouldn't cause issues. But then again, like I said, malloc has a pretty fundamental bug to it. Array, but again, I'm getting rid of that array class. Double linked lists, they're not even being used, I'm pretty sure. Hash maps, no. Hash maps, index maps. Queues, priority queues I need to re-implement entirely because they're super slow and they're probably slowing down compression by quite a lot. Normal queues, okay. Images, what syscall is this? Oh, realloc, which is also relying on malloc. There's reallocate for the new thing. The console. Did I say it was using zalloc or malloc? I may need to take a look at that. It might have been causing the crash. Okay, so I suspect compression for this one. And maybe the console.cpp for this one that are causing the crash. I'm a little reluctant to commit what I have right now. Because those are entirely user-lent processes, so why exactly are you crashing? Another question is, can the terminal run any commands whatsoever? No. I feel like I have a debug session ahead of me here. Because, yeah, this stuff is not going well. I'm probably better off not committing the changes that I did today until I know that it doesn't crash. But that's still decent progress. And I have some time to work on this, to be fair. I'm doing compiler development tomorrow. So I'm not in a hurry to do any of this stuff. Holy, look at all these includes. I hate how many includes C has. Jesus, it's so annoying. Okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna commit the code that I changed, even though it didn't create any bugs. I think it exposed some bugs, and so I need to fix them before I even consider committing this code, because I don't want to cause more crashes. In addition to the fact that they're still kind of suspicious crashes. I feel like they shouldn't happen. I feel like there is enough separation between how the two no, there isn't. Yes, there is. I don't know. I feel like there should be enough separation between how they work that it shouldn't be causing crashes everywhere. Oh. Okay, so one of them is due to this. It's print. Writing is somehow causing that. which I guess is quite well something. But oh well. Might give me the opportunity to improve a couple things here and there. But at least I found one of them. And I'll have to look into why I can't close processes in the first place. But I'm gonna not do that on stream. I hate debugging on stream, to be honest. It requires concentration, and then also talking and occasionally reading chat is not the best. It's also not super engaging for viewers, so I can't imagine that you would want to see that. Okay. Well, oh, YouTube is back. Mad Men to be doing this, yes. All you have to do, boot already pretty impressive from being from scratch. No, all of it is from scratch entirely. I do have a backend that allows me to run my applications on Linux. And that is relying on Raylib right now. I'll want it to rely on yeah, this is relying on Raylib right now. Even though, why am I showing off a 3D renderer that works on the CPU to tell you that I'm relying on Raylib, which does GPU render? Oh my god, this dog. Anyway, yes. For cross-platform, I rely on Raylib, just so I don't have to reinvent the wheel creating a window in 3 different operating systems. But I'm considering even switching that to GLFW. Keep forgetting the name of it. Is it GLFW? GLFW, which actually Raylib uses internally. So just lowering the amount of overhead, because I don't use any of the stuff that Raylib has. Raylib is a game engine. It's a game library, not quite an engine, but it provides a lot of game engine functionality. And for that matter, when I make games, I already have my own engine. So today I worked on an operating system. I'm working on a lot of projects. I even have a list of them. But yeah, an operating system. I have my own language. Few games here and there. And a few utilities for the operating system, like the 3D renderer that I just opened. And HTML rendering, or like document rendering as well, I'm working on a little bit. Okay. Well, I am going to be ending the stream, and I'm going to be doing a raid on Twitch. All right. Here is my Discord in case you're interested in joining, and here is my Twitch in case people on YouTube are interested in joining the Twitch raid. As always, I'm going to see if there's someone that's not doing game development. It's not particularly easy. I'm also not raiding anyone who has Claude Code in their Twitch name. I'm sorry, buddy, but come on. Come on, man. I have to say, I don't understand the point of vibe coding on stream. For the viewer, mostly. But hey, it's not me. There is a Spanish one, but yeah, most of my audience speaks English. As much as I would like to support another Spanish speaker, that is not going to help. So Miss Just Jane is live. I think I might just go for Just Jane. Okay, everybody. I am going to be streaming some compiler development tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. in 24 hours and 30 minutes. 7:30 p.m. Central European Time, 6:30 UK time. And I'm going to be doing some more operating system stuff, probably starting on Friday. Yeah. I usually stream weekends and Monday. So
Femi Pixels followed your channel.
between here and Friday, I hope to have all these not printf, well, yes, printf, but all these allocation bugs fixed and have a more stable system, hopefully, and continue to develop this. Might be able to start working on the back end of communicating with Linux. And what I don't understand about vibe coding is who wants to watch. First off, yes, building things with AI is not actually building things. And second, it's just that I feel like watching somebody code, like they tell you their process for coding, what they're doing, their reasoning. The occasional maybe like bug happens, and you have a good time watching the other person suffer. You don't have a lot of that with AI. Okay, but that's it. I will see you tomorrow in 5 seconds. You can say that about building software with an IDE, but it isn't true. All right, see you tomorrow, everybody.
Mutox 39 followed your channel.